Hello, hello, hello. Oh, hello, people. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. 1 second, I'm finishing the stupid event of the stupid game. Actually, I just started, but anyway. Hopefully it will not take forever. Pam 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 param pam param. Pam 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 param. Pam 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 pam. Pam para pam pam. One second, boys, huh? 1 second, I will be with you. Pam para pam. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Nearly there, 2 minutes. Well, maybe 3. Maybe 4. Maybe 4. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. Hello everyone, good afternoon, good morning to all of you, and welcome to another stream of Planeshift. Hello Hula, hello. Hello Mike. Did you see my message, Mike, on Discord? Yes, I'm here. So today we have a kind of a complex one, because I need to understand, right, how to implement. I sent you a message on Discord because we did the giveaway extraction yesterday, and you won the giveaway, the second giveaway for the 3D printed miniature. That's fantastic, huh? It's fantastic. It's insane. Exactly insane, my boys. Just a second, I'm trying to, but I cannot. Okay. Okay. Bye. So today we have a bit of a hard one, because what I would like to understand is how do we implement this, right? Because, I mean, the shooting is easy, right? The shooting we already did. So if a player comes into range, right, then this thing is gonna shoot him with a projectile. And if multiple player go there, they're getting shot as well. So all of this seems to be working okay. Now the problem is, how do we implement the rules that are, for example, these ones, right? The receive, or these ones, right? The faster turret fire. So how do we And by the way, I think we didn't finish the So, for example, it would be nice, you know, if certain buildings are capable of spawning other buildings, right? But all of that logic, right? Where do we put this logic? Could you ask ChatGPT if you can give life to the plant you have made with AI? What do you mean life? I mean animated? Nah, cannot. So we have few ways to do this, right? So one way could be would be to do it in the recipe somehow, right? To do it in the recipe. The problem is that the recipe doesn't really, I mean, the recipe is capable of building and spawning, right? The recipe is not really able to execute times over time, right? Well, we could have two type of we could have two types of because at the moment our buildings are derived from interactable, right? And interactable works pretty much with proximity, right? Now, I don't think we need an interactable, for example, to heal other buildings in range, right? So can we split the buildings into two groups or no? Can we split the buildings into two groups? Well, the point is that maybe a building as a self-defense, right? Yes, Mike, you want the 3D printed miniature, so I will send it to you as soon as it's printed, okay? So first I need to print it out, and it will happen in the next days. I don't know exactly when, but next week it will be printed, and then I will ship it to you. I think I already have your, I don't know if I have your address, but let me see. Did you send me, let me see. Yes, you sent me your address already. You send me your address, so I will send it there, okay? I will send it there as soon as it's printed. No problem. Congratulations! So what I was thinking is that the building may have a self-protection, plus it also has another function. And so now the question is, where the hell do we put the other functions? Right? So where is that? Where is that scripted? So do we create maybe another class? Do we create another class that may be a child of interactable? Could be a child of interactable, actually. I don't know if it should be a child or we just need to have a member, right, which is a structure that is describing all the function of the interactable building, right? So there is also a possibility. I don't know if it's cleaner to have another class, or we just put the functionality as a member of this, right? I mean, if the building logic becomes complex, probably it would be easier if it's a separate class, right? And the separate class interfaces, yeah, it can also be an interface, yeah. I mean, that's more of a function than, but... So what do we need? We need, yeah, but interface. No, because what I'm thinking to have like a variable here, which is like building properties, right? And building properties is then pointing to another class. I mean, similar to what we have for trap properties, right? So we have trap properties, right? Which is this thing. And trap properties is basically describing all the capabilities of this particular building. I mean, of the trap, right? So is continuous damage, is a projectile, how much damage it does, and things like that. So I'm thinking that the functions of the building are very similar, right? So it's just properties. For example, one property could be, heals in range, right? Heals in range, or improves turret fire, every X amount of seconds or whatever. So maybe if we define a list, right? Now we can also make it scriptable, but I think making it scriptable is actually harder. What do you want to give to your buildings? All the stuff that is on screen now. They are interdependent, yes, exactly. The problem is that, for example, right, if we say this building provides faster turret fire, right? Now, faster turret fire is not really a property of this building. I mean, yes, but it will have to act on the other buildings. And so the buildings needs to be flagged somehow, right? Like this one needs to be flagged, and we need to know that this is a turret, right? This is a turret. Or we just have a generic multiplier of shooting that is default 1 and is incremented by the second building, right? So we could just have a variable that says shooting rate of fire, right? Rate of fire, and is default 1, and then this one can change it. So for the ones that are actually shooting, it does something. For the ones that are not shooting, it does nothing. So in theory, this one will set that variable on every building, right? We'll set it on every building no matter what, and then whatever it, yeah, that is probably easier, right? That is probably easier instead of trying to specialize the building and so there could be a building properties or something like that, right? Building properties and how does building properties look? Well, building properties may have, for example, rate of fire, right? Which by default is 1. You can have rate of healing, which by default is 0, right? But the problem is that one is how much it heals, and the other is if this building is healing other buildings. Because each one should also have a range somehow, or no, or is global within the tribe. I think it would be global between the tribe. I think it could be global. No link between the building and the consumer, no help to heal higher strength or something, or summon a consumer boss at some point. Yeah, we said that they can spawn creature. Yeah, they can also boost the creatures. Yes, they could boost the creature. Now boosting the creature is a bit harder because the creatures are kind of separate objects, right? Let's say they are not part of the building structure. So I think it's a bit harder to boost the creatures. But yeah, in theory, yes. We may also have a boosting of the creatures. Like that, while they stay within a certain range, right, the creatures do more damage. But the problem is that I think we need multiple properties, right? So one is like saying maybe we need two sets of properties. Maybe we need one set of property that is what is my building doing to other buildings? Or what is my building doing to others in general? And then I have my properties. So one can be like building function properties or building or tribe or I don't know, building function is a bit weird, but because I need to say that this building increases the rate of fire of other buildings, right? So I can have maybe we can call it building functions or building characteristics. Or building properties. We are back to building properties though. So because one building property is I increase the rate of fire of the other buildings, right? So that variable can be, I mean, it cannot be rate of fire, but it should be rate of fire increase or something like that, or rate of fire buff, right? Rate of fire buff, right? So we can say, for example, that this one is increasing the rate of fire of 2x, right? 2 times, right? Or maybe 20%, I don't know, 1.2, right? So this, but now the problem is it doing it on everything or is it doing it in a range? I think for now it can be on everything. I think it's easier. So we need a rate of fire buff. Then we need a healing buff. The problem of healing is that it's starting from the building and is going on the others. So it's not really a property of the others, right? So there will be a healing buff and a healing buff and a healing buff rate. So we can say is healing 100 HP, right? Every 2 seconds, right? Well, that would be insane. Every 20 seconds, right? Or something like that. So a healing buff and a healing buff rate. Then there is a damage buff, right? And the damage buff can be again a percentage. I think we should do everything in percentages, right? So like this will be like two times, right? 2x, right? Then we express it as a percentage, but yeah. That is the so rate of fire buff, damage buff, healing buff, and healing buff rate. Well, it's not actually a healing buff, but is a healing property, a healing rate, a healing because is constant, this thing, right? It's not that it's buffing another building, it's just healing it. So maybe it can be just called healing instead of being called buff, right? So healing, so he's able to heal 100 HP and he's able to heal it every 20 seconds, right? And then there is the one that is adding HP. So there is really a HP buff, right? So is making the structure more strong. So I think we can call it HP buff. I think it's easy enough, right? HP buff, but HP buff will be on top of the so it's basically changing the max, right? So it's max HP buff. Actually, I think it's easier to if you call it max HP buff, I think it's easier to understand. And max HP buff is for example 1000. So should this be in percentage again, or should this be a fixed value? Let's say that I think in percentage is a bit easier. I think percentage is a bit easier because it means that it scales properly, you know, with everything else, right? Yeah. I think it should be like this. And then we have yeah, in theory we have the increased spawn rate, but the increased spawn rate I think is very hard to, because in our scripting, right, how can I do it with our scripting? Because our scripting is basically spawning We are spawning based on this script, and the script says, oh, if there is this building, right, you run this script, for example, evolve tribe, right? An evolve tribe is trying to create one new warrior, and if the warrior is not there, is going to create it with this script, right? And this is pretty much immediate, right? This is not taking time because he has a 0 waiting time. So it will just spawn the new member. Summon a consumer boss at some point. Maybe. I mean, or I create a completely new system to spawn members, right? So that basically the tribe is only spawning the buildings, and then the buildings themselves, you know, are doing something. The good thing will be to be able to change, for example, the spawn rate programmatically, right? At the moment, I have it kind of hard-coded in the blueprint variables, right? But will be nice to do it. Because the building does not have a behavior associated, right? The building cannot, at least at the moment, cannot execute a script, right? The building is like a, you know, a dead element, right? It's not a living element, so it doesn't have a tick, it doesn't have a brain, it doesn't think, it doesn't act, right? So basically the tribe object will have to schedule, right? The problem is how can it do it? I mean, it can scan every building. I mean, the tribe anyway is an advanced method, right? So the tribe has its own brain tick, right? So the tribe actually thinks, the tribe object, I'm saying, right? The tribe object has its own advanced method, right? So which is basically the tick. It's basically the tick. And in the tick is reading all the recipes, executing all the recipes, you know, and doing all of that stuff. And or we create a new recipe which is for managing buildings, but then we have to create, you know, a whole logic in the scripting, and I mean I have to create a lot of new scripting methods, and I think that would be a bit hard or anyway long. Or we can just, you know, put it in code instead of in scripting. So they can be here, you know, after this, after managing recipes and members, there can be another one which is actually managing building properties, right? And is constantly looking at what the building properties are, what it can do, and executing pretty much based on this list. So do I have to buff, do I have to buff the rate of fire? But this means that we need a rate of fire, and then we need a rate of fire buffed, right? Because the rate of fire, actually, I think we have it already in the turret. I think in the trap, we have the seconds, yes, the seconds between shots, and this will basically be a multiplier to increase that frequency, right? Now, I think it would be nice if you could see visually, right, that the building is actually activating somehow. But for the rate of fire is a permanent buff, right? Yeah, so it's activated as soon as when the building is created, pretty much. So there is rate of fire buffed, and it is damage buffed, right? Because the healing is done from the other building. Increasing spawn. I mean, the one that I'm really struggling with is the increased spawn rate. And yes, maybe we can add one that is actually buffing the other creatures, right? Like you were saying. So we can have one that is buffing members, but how to do that now is not very easy, because we will have to keep like the two the two values separate, and at the moment on PS character we don't have that, right? Well, it will be like a spell. Yeah, it will be like a spell actually. We could actually like cast a spell on the creature, right? Like a strength spell or whatever that is actually buffing it. We need to understand how to buff it in terms of damage and rate of fire, because the rate of fire is actually attack speed, right? Attack speed. I can have a modifier of attack speed, but I can have it on a weapon. Can I have a spell that is modifying the attack speed? That I don't know. But yeah, that would be the idea. I think it would be nice to buff the HP. So we can say add damage to creatures. And so this one is adding damage to creature, and this one is adding damage to turrets. And this one is also adding HP to creatures. And this one is adding HP to turrets as well. No, because that HP to structure, we have it already here. Can we heal the creatures? Add HP to structures, heal structures. I want this to be a bit distributed, right? Because if we want to say there is also healing, so basically we have rate of fire, damage, and healing, and max HP. Rate of fire, damage, healing, and max HP. Right? So these are the variables we are playing with. And that could be applied in theory to both buildings and creatures. So I could increase the attack rate, right, of the creatures in the village. It could. I don't know, maybe we are going a bit over the original scope, right? But in theory, could do it. I think it would be nice if when you destroy a building, right, the building is... I mean, there is a message that says... I don't know, you see the other buildings weakening or something like that, right? So that it gives you an indication that something happened, and so destroying that building had an effect on the other buildings in the village, something like that. I think it would be nice, yeah. But yeah, I mean, increasing, I'm thinking how to do it, right? Increasing damage to creatures, adding HP to creatures and such. I mean, the easiest is to do it with a spell, right? And the problem I have is that, for example, today I have an HP. I mean, a building has HP, right? A building has HP, but it does not have a buffed HP and a standard HP. So if I buff it once, so if my building buff it once, right, and push it, then it will not know the next time he's trying, right, if he's already buffed or is not already buffed. So that's a bit of a problem. And I don't want to do it every time I spawn the building, because if then the players destroy the building and the tribe is creating it again, you will basically buff it twice, right? So you will end up with infinite HP for certain buildings, right? Well, I think it should be more of a fixed value, even if I would like this to increase over time, right? I think it would be nice if this increases over time. So if you let the tribe, you know, stay there for a week, right, the buildings become very, very, very hard to destroy. Or not. Or not. No, maybe not. Maybe not. So this basically means that I need a buffed value of HP on every building. So I need a buffed HP. Yeah, I need a rate of fire buff, damage buffed, and HP buffed. Right? Yeah. Yeah. And in theory, I need the same on the creatures. Yeah. But that I think can be done with, I think that can be done with a spell. Because creatures are fully managed like a player or like an NPC. Yeah, they are like NPC, right? So even if they are tribe creatures, they are exactly like a normal NPC. So we could actually cast spells on them. Now the problem would be the timing, right? So how do we... Let's say that we buff the creatures and then this building is destroyed. How do we remove the buff? Right? So how does the... I mean, we will have to do it on the building the destruction, right, code. So when the building is destroyed, he will have to check in his building properties if he was giving any rate of fire buffs to anyone, right? And then go through all those creatures and remove it, right? Or buildings and remove it, right? So they will be on the destruction of the building. So as soon as we do that, yeah, as soon as we do the last hit, right, you will have to do that. Now, the question is, if there are two of the same building, and that is very hard, right? Because if there are two of the same building, it's a bit of a mess. I mean, if there are two of the same building, do we want to buff twice or not? No, I think we will only buff once. It's just a redundancy in the system, right? So that you will have to destroy both buildings to remove the buff. I mean, and the buff can also be an invulnerability. I mean, the buff can be very, very strong, right? Doesn't mean that the buff is just, you know, 10% HP more. I mean, the buff could be invulnerability to magic, right? Or something like that. It could be very strong. It could actually be very strong. So there is what? Building buffs. Building active buffs. So we create two structures. One is called building properties, the other is called building active buffs. The building properties is what this building provides to others, well, including himself, by the way. And if there are two of the same building, then nothing changes, right? Now the problem is, when do I apply the buff? Because yeah, let's say that my building gets 1.5 HP. When do I apply that? Do I apply it as soon as the building is spawned? In theory, no. Because if I do it when the building is spawned, then when another building spawns, it will not get that buff, right? So basically, it is a continuous check. I mean, the tribe could check it, right? The tribe could check it easily. So basically, in the advance cycle, in the tick, it could check every property and apply it to every building. And so when the building is destroyed, in theory, I don't know if I want to do it exactly when it's destroyed or I want to do it at the next tribe cycle. Maybe we can do it at the next tribe cycle. If the tribe cycles are very fast, like we have now, right? I think a tribe cycle is every 2 seconds. I think we have a tribe tick. Yeah. The tribe tick at the moment. No, actually it's 0.25 seconds, so it's ticking continuously, yeah. I don't know if I want really this tick to be so fast for I mean, scanning the building should be fairly easy because the tribe is keeping... Is the tribe keeping only the building spots, or is it also pointing to the actual asset? Yeah, the actual asset. Right? So item is a pointer to the actual asset. So the tribe knows exactly all the items that is, all the buildings that is holding, right? So it should be fairly easy to scan. Why we don't see the... I mean, he's here for sure. He's here somewhere. Jesus. Okay. I wanted to go at the end, but it seems not. Exactly. Assets, right? So you can just basically loop here. You can loop on all the assets, check their properties, and one by one apply the buffs, right? To the... But I don't even know if I want to have HP buffed. This is a problem though. There is a problem because yes, I can store the 1.5 HP buffed, but then when I set it on the building becomes... Nah, there is a problem, there is a problem, there is a problem, there is a problem. It is a problem because in item instances, right? Yes, we have the max HP. We have the HP. We have the HP. We have the HP. But we don't have the buffed HP, right? And so I don't want to buff it twice or 3 times. I want to buff it only once. So I always need to have the original value, the buffed value, and then the current value if it's damaged, right? And I think that at the moment I'm keeping probably only... Because the max HP comes from the base stats. The max HP comes from the base. I mean, we can I mean, can we apply a buff to an item? Because I'm sure, I mean, we can apply a buff to a creature. I mean, that's for sure, right? But can we apply a buff? That is not calculated. I mean, we have these modifiers, yes. But we don't have a modifier for HP. So I'm thinking if we should use the same modifiers that we use for other stats or not. Nah, but this is something completely different. Let's say that at the moment we lack the technology to actually have buffed, but we can add it. I mean, we can add it on top, right? I'm just trying to think if I want to add it just by adding new fields, or if I want to add it like using a buff structure. Because actually we have, right? We have what is it? Buff value, buff value, buff stat. Yeah, buff value, which is no, it's not this. I think we have a buff. I mean, it's this pretty much, right? It's base and card. So every, yeah, it's called buffable, right? It's called buffable, right? The problem is that I don't know if our buildings have. Yeah, it's overriding by spell though. I don't know if I want to have a spell for every buff on a building. I mean, I think this way is simpler. But still, we have the problem of... I mean, this part is very easy, right? This part. So just to say, what is the building doing? I mean, that part we can do it right now, right? We can say, oh, we create a new building properties. We add all these properties. Then we set these properties on each of the buildings. And we know what each building is doing. The problem is then how to apply this, right? And to apply, we said, oh, in Tribe Advance, our tribe is checking all the buildings available and each of their functions, and then is distributing the buff to the other buildings, right? And that is also kind of easy. But then the problem is when you apply the buff, where do you write it and how do you use it? Because today our buildings do not have this concept of buffed and not buffed, right? So I mean, again, I can create a variable, but then every time you attack a building, right? Every time you attack a building, I will have to do the check on the, not on the max HP or on the current HP. Well, I will have to change the max HP to be the buffed HP. And at the moment, we don't have that variable anywhere. Right? So whenever you are attacking something, so, and I will have to do it for the HP. And for the, well, the damage is easier, I think. The damage is easier because it's only applied on this turret. So you can just check, oh, is there a, and also the rate of fire. I think rate of fire and damage are kind of easy because they are applied only to the interactable. And they are applied on the fly because we have a base rate of fire and we have a buff rate of fire. The problem I have is the HP. But I mean, also this one we can change it. So basically when the item is getting created, right, I think we are setting somewhere, we are setting the max HP of the max HP, we are setting it somewhere, right? I assume of the building, of the PS item, right? Which is here. So what we will have to do, so it's getting the max, yeah, you see, like, yeah, exactly, this function, right? This function will have to be changed, because this function will have to read is this the loading, or what is it? It is probably the loading of the item. No, it's a set base stats. So this get max HP, right? is probably the function we will have to change. Because we will have to say, if there is a building, go check the building properties, right, of the interactable. If this is an interactable object, go check the buffed value and multiply by that to, yeah, but I think we can do it this way, yes. I think we can do it this way, yes. So I will have to change it here. I think I will have to change it here. And then the current HP will be easy because the adjust HP... Yeah, but I think we have to change only one function for the max HP, which is this. Okay. I think it would be nice if certain buildings are not attacked, but anyway, I think if I try to make it too complex, guys, we will never finish this. Okay, so let's start easy, right? Let's start easy. I think I'm thinking maybe too much, you know, I'm thinking too much ahead at this point. So I think if we can already add these variables and then have and then use, you know, tribe advance and then use tribe advance to scan. So we have to scan all the buildings, right? Check their check their functions, their properties, and then apply buffs, right? Apply buffs to all buildings, right? Based on that. So for each building, we apply the buffs to the other building. And if we have two buildings that are the same, they will apply the same buff. So in theory, it's not going to change, right? Because we do it percentage, right? If we do it percentage, there will be no duplication. Because I say, oh, my rate of fire is 1.2, and so I just apply 1.2. Now, when the building is destroyed, yeah, that will be the hard part, right? When the building is this, because the scan, I think it works well. But then we have another function, which is when the building is destroyed. And when the building is destroyed, I think we should really do it in the building, right? So the building will look at its properties and it will lower. Now the problem is that if there are two buildings that are doing the same, shit, that is not very easy. But anyway, we'll have to check if you can really remove the buff, right? Because maybe there is another building that is giving the buff. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. Should we avoid doing this? Should we avoid when the building is destroyed and we just say that the tribe advance is resetting any buff that is not applied? That would be a bit easier, but How does he know? Well, in theory, we know the buffs, so we can have a first run. Yeah, I think we can scan all the buildings, decide the buffs, and then apply the buffs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think we can do it this way. So basically, if a building got destroyed, right? We remove his buff, right? But we don't even apply it because we reapply all the buffs from scratch, right? Yeah, I think that's the easiest. So this covers the case of a building is destroyed because we basically reset all the buffs. Now, I don't know if I really want to do it in advance, or if we want to do it every 4 advance. Because doing it for every advance seems to be a lot, right? So it means that 4 times a second, we are resetting. Now, it's very easy because I finished the water. No! Wait, I have no drinking water anymore. So let me go and fetch it. Go and fetch it 1 second from the garage because I have a garage which is closed where I store all the thingies. Hopefully there is one. Then for creatures, we will do it with spells, right? But for creatures, So for creatures, yeah, the problem for creatures is that if we use spells, then the destruction of a building should remove the spell from the right, and then we need it on destruct. So on creatures is way harder. On creatures is way harder, boys, because we will have to do it. We will have to really do. Well, in theory, we can say building destroyed. The building destroyed calls the tribe. The tribe. If the building is part of a tribe, is calling this building has been destroyed. But then the tribe will have to check if that buff is already existing in other buildings, and decide if he wants to remove the spell from the creatures, right? And in case, apply the spell or remove the spell. Knowing what is the spell, by the way. I don't know, for creatures is harder, guys. For creatures is harder. It's harder. I think we can do it later on because it's too complex for creatures. At the moment it's a bit too complex. I think it's a bit too complex. So what we could do instead, right? Instead of the add damage to create, so this one is a bit too hard, right? At the moment, I cannot do. I mean, I'm prefer not to do it. So what can be the function of this guy? I think it would be very nice to have to give immunity to certain type of damage. But what was the AI saying? The AI was saying increase spawn rate, an AoE attack, temporary invulnerability. Force all defenses to focus on the same target. Prevents building from changing target. Range cascade. When one building is damaged, others gain temporary buff. That's destroying building empowers others. Nah, none of this. Damage is shared across all building. Nah. Delayed wounds. Damage is stored and applying lightning burst. Nah. Necrotic revival. Dissolving a regrow after delay. Nah. Healing beyond max HP becomes armor. Nah. There is something that I like a lot. I think I would like to do this, but I don't know how to do it. Right? So to have this one, you know, being the one that actually slows down the players or routes the players near the buildings, right? So that I think would be very nice. So there is a building that is capable of slowing you down or even periodically stop you from moving, right? Maybe it can have an effect. I mean, something can show up from the ground and, you know, come up from the ground and but I don't know exactly how to do it. I mean, he can apply a temporary spell. Yes, he can apply a temporary spell. So he can basically scan the players around, apply a temporary spell, and slow down. And then the spell is timed, so we don't have to remove it, right? It will be removed anyway when the. Yeah, I think that could be good. And that can be done again by the tribe by scanning. The building pro. Okay, I think this may work, right? This may work. I just need to make it. Just need to see if this is really what we want, right? It is really what we want. Well, I think yes, because you can have, you know, now the only problem is the spawning of the creatures. At the moment we don't have anything. I mean, we have this one, right? The says spawn creature. So basically if you destroy this, you destroy the village. I mean, this could actually be invulnerable until other buildings. Yeah, that would be very nice. This will be invulnerable until other buildings are available. So you have to destroy completely the other buildings before this can be attacked. So we need a... I mean, the fact that he's completely invulnerable is a bit weird, right? I mean, roleplay wise is kind of, you know. I mean, Ori buffs his protection like a boss, right? Maybe invulnerable is a bit too much, right? I think we can say that he's getting HP and defense from the other buildings. Yeah, so maybe that's better. But he's getting it massively, right? Massively. So maybe this guy, I don't know, has 2000 HP. But the problem is that he cannot defend itself, right? Well, I think the creatures will defend him. Yeah, the creatures will defend him. So... I mean, massively. He gains massively defense and HP from other building. I mean, at the point that, you know, it's very hard to destroy at the beginning if you don't destroy the other buildings first, right? Now, how to do that? Yeah, we don't actually have an armor. So I don't remember exactly how a building is actually fighting, right? So when we attack a building, what happens exactly, right? We are actually attacking an item, right? Get attackable armor item. Get attackable armor item. Armor item. Get attackable armor item. You mean get attackable item armor? Yeah, this thing is like... wrong order, but attackable item armor, non-attackable armor item, but anyway. So it's the armor of the item. Attackable item armor. Attackable item armor. Attackable item armor. Who's deciding this? Who's deciding this shit? Get attackable item armor. In cache manager. No, I understand, but what the fuck is this? Who's deciding this? Preload attackable items. Ah, here it is. Plate mail, torso armor, and longsword. It's not very nice. Yeah, but how do we decide the defense, right? How we decide the defense point, the attack point? I mean, how we decide any of that for buildings? Because in theory we have a script, right, which is calculating the result of the attacks. And I think we need to change that script probably to be specialized for buildings. Because at the moment it's the same, right? If you attack a person or you attack a building, so for example, when it's calculating the weapon skill, right, of a building, how is calculating that? So for example, here, you know, we have target. I mean, if it's an item, right? It's a bit strange, huh? Like, target get average skill value, right? If this is a building, there it is. 100. Yeah, I put some, you know, default values there just to have the attack actually work, but because if I want the building to actually get massive defense and HP from other buildings, right, I will basically have to specialize that function and say, I mean, you know, whenever this is getting the average skill value, the average, you know, but I think but yeah, I think that modifying these functions, we can probably make it reasonable. right? For example, yeah, get average skill value, right? Get average skill value, I think, is the key. I think get average skill value is the key. I think it's based massively on this. And another thing that I don't like is that when you attack a building, at the moment is telling you like the building has dodged your attack, right? Which makes no sense. Which makes no sense. So I think that we should have a check here. So I think it is fine, right? Doing damage, I think it is not any difference. But for example, a block, right? Ah, here I did it already. Here I already specialized by item or character, which is very good. Huh? Yeah, I think we should do the same. We should do the same pretty much everywhere, right? So I should specialize this and say... So here we say it's nearly destroyed, right? Yeah, the dodge is pretty stupid. The dodge is very stupid. The dodge should really not happen, right? I mean, a building cannot dodge you, right? So I think we will use the same text. Yeah, exactly. We will use the same text that we have here, right? You fail to do any damage. The miss is fine. And the out of range is fine. Okay, these other things are fine. Okay, so like this, at least the dodge will not show up because the dodge was very stupid. Do you also plan to make such things for Tefus and Trepor? And yeah, in theory, yes, but I don't know. Maybe I can make the first one and the others I can commission, you know. I can maybe do a commission because if I have to build all the buildings myself, it will take a lot of time. But yeah, the idea, yes, is every tribe, right? Every tribe has its own set of buildings. Yes, I want to do it for everything. Yeah, also for gobbles. For any monster. Well, any reasonable big monster. Maybe the small ones, no, right? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe for everything, yeah. I think for everything would be nice. And by the way, we have another building, which is the wall or the low wall, yeah. That I would like to really block the player mobility. Okay, so I think what we can do, we can start to add this stuff and this stuff. And for now, the creatures, I have a bit of a problem, right? So for the creatures, I don't know. But I think we can start to add all of this. So inside, so all these ones are interactable, and the reason they are interactable is because they may have a proximity trigger that does damage to people, right? Or they activate when the people get close to them, right? Yeah, that is why they are interactable, and I think I'm fine with that. Also interactable can be destroyed, so I think is anyway a good idea. Okay, so let's do this. We add to interactable a new thing, right? A new thing, which is actually I don't know why we have brute force here and not inside the properties. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not gonna change it now. Okay, fine. Let's put it somewhere here. So this will be building properties, right? Building properties. What does the building do? And then we have another one which is building buffs, right? Which buffs are active on this building, right? Okay. And the master plan is to attack the city with tribes. And let mobs taking resources from the bigger city. No, in theory is similar, but not exactly. So the idea is to have tribes take mining resources. Mining spots. They probably I will have to move, but anyway. And players trying to destroy the tribe to get back their mining spot. Now the tribe attacking the city, I think is a bit too hard, but we will see. Maybe one day. So one is building properties, and the other is building active buffs. Okay. Building active buffs, right? And yeah. Yeah. And we will design these things exactly like we designed the trap properties, right? It's basically the same idea. is the same idea. So it's a struct basically, right? Yeah, it's a use struct with this stuff. It's under messages. Okay. Okay, fine. So it will be a use struct, yeah, blueprint type, and will be my struct have built-in properties, right? And we'll have the generated body, and then in the same way of this one. Now I don't know if we really need all the properties to be visible. Yeah, we need all the properties to be visible in the editor because yeah, we have to. We have to. We want to call this PS buildings. No, PS buildings. Maybe not. But anyway. So here we will have these values, right? So we will have rate of fire buff, damage buff, healing rate, max HP buff, right? So let me put it on the other screen so I can see them together. So rate of fire buff, and this one is a float because we do it in percentage, right? So the default will be 1. Wait, maybe. Right? Then we will have a damage buff, right? Which is also at the moment this, and it is percentage buff on damage inflicted through continuous damage or projectile damage. Fuck. Or projectile damage. Right. Then we have healing. This can be an integer actually. And by default will be 0, but it is the number of HP. No, wait a second. No. It's a bad idea to do it as an integer. It should always be a percentage. No, always a percentage. Always a percentage. Always a percentage. Percentage of HP to restore to other buildings. Well, actually it's not to other, but it's to all buildings, right? I mean, it's not to others, it's all buildings. So there is a healing percent, right? I mean, everything is percent, but anyway. And then we have a healing rate. That by default, if for example is 20 seconds, right? So there is number of seconds between bursts of healing or waves, I don't know. Waves of healing. Right? So this is used in conjunction with this other variable. And then thank you. And then we have max HP buff. which by default is 1, and this is percentage of HP to buff all buildings. Okay, so these are our properties, and now I need another use struct, which actually is building buffs. Right? In building buffs, we'll have yeah, the same shit. And we'll have oh my god, do you see this line? Do you see this line? So no, I didn't do no, I didn't do the the buffed instead of buff. Okay, now I was thinking that he was reasoning on the fact that these are these are the buffed values of the previous buff definitions, but no, it's not doing that. Okay. This is the percentage buff we have active on this building for the rate of fire, right? Rate of fire percentage buff we have active on this building. Right? I will have to play the stupid game in a second. Because there is an event. Maybe I can also show it to you. But there is a thing. There is a boss event. The usual boss event. Which is at 8 o'clock. Okay, rate of fire buffed. Then we have damage buffed. On this on this building, no buildings. This is a float. Yeah, exactly. Damage buffed. Good job, my friend. And then we have the HP buffed. So, which is HP buff percentage. We have active on this building again. No, healing, no. HP buff. Right? Which by default is 1, right? So basically no buff. Okay, so these are the 3 that we show to us if it's frustrating, if not. Show it to us. It is frustrating, is not what? I think I can. I think I can show it to you. I don't even know which boss will be, but let's see. Okay, so we have the building properties and the building buffs, right? This is our definition. This is our definition. Now, yeah, I think we will have to include messages. Where was that defined? Trap properties were defined also in messages. So why is not getting it? That's a bit weird. Oh, why is getting this and is not getting that? Because I forward declare it, or no? is very strange, huh? So he can read trap properties, but he cannot read huh? Why? Why he can read f trap properties, but he cannot read my f building properties? They are defined in the same file. It is suggesting to include messages in this file, but if we do that, there would be a bit of a mess actually. Can this thing start or not? Otherwise we will not arrive in time. It's not starting, huh? I'm trying to compile anyway, but it's very strange, huh? It's very strange that this is red and this is not red. Why? They are declared exactly in the same way and in the same file, right, as a struct blueprint type. I don't know if there is maybe here. Well, the difference is that we have the constructors. Yeah, but the constructors, I don't really care actually about the constructors. Yeah, in fact he compiled. So I think he just had to recreate the generated.h. I think I'm a bit late for this event. Let's see. I'm a bit late. Oh, I can do it. Okay, we are in. Okay, now it compiled. Okay, so we have our property. The event will start shortly, but okay, so it compiled. It just had to regenerate, you know, the .generated.h file. I mean, it's seeing it like this, but actually it's not like this. Yeah, he's struggling a bit to get it, but it is there. In fact, he compiled properly, right? He compiled properly. So even if I do this, it's not. It's a bit strange. Pam param pam param pam 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 param pam param pam. Okay, now that we added the properties, right? So we have the properties in. So we have this part figured out, right? Now we need this part figured out. So basically, whenever the tribe is advanced, and I don't know if you want to do it every 250 milliseconds, right? That maybe is a bit too much. So maybe we can apply the buildings changing, the building changes every, I don't know, 2 seconds or... It's again the same tree that I showed you the other time, I guess. Yeah, 36 seconds. 36 seconds, my boys! Where is it? It's too small. Oh, it's fine. It's a bit small, but it's fine. Pam param pam param pam. So the monster will spawn here. The boss will spawn there, my friends. Oh yes. And now we're just pressing buttons like a boss. Just pressing buttons all over. Just because we can. Now, if you want to understand the fight, that's very hard. Because there is basically nothing that we can really understand. These are all players around the boss. They are doing stuff, you know. Everyone is pressing his buttons. There is no particular strategy. No particular idea. Well, there are a few blocks that you can do. But pretty much it's pure damage. Like now I blocked an incoming hit, you know. Maybe I move a bit to the other side. But pretty much... Because I do more damage from the back in theory, but... This guy is obviously rotating all the time, so it's not. And then he's doing some very strong attacks sometimes, but I don't know exactly when he's doing them, so it's kind of random actually. Yeah. And then you have a small chance to drop an item, right? And you get some points just because you participated into the boss fight, but yeah, it's a bit of a stupid game. It's a stupid game, but I mean, it's not too bad. Nearly there, 12% health. This guy has millions of HP, by the way. I don't know how many millions, but I think it's like 130 millions or so. 150 millions, because if you consider all the players that are there, right? The field contribution 0.7. Well... So we have a small chance to drop here. And we already didn't drop, right? Very, very small. And then we have another small chance when we open this chest, right? To get this chest. But this is very, 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 very low chance. Yeah, in fact, we don't. It's like 0.0 something %, right? So it's not even reasonable. Pam pam param pam pam param pam. Okay, that's done. Well, that's finished. It was quick. So we can definitely exit from the game. There is another thing that happens at 9. Maybe I will do that. I don't know. Pam 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 pam. Pam 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 pam. By the way, guys, if you want to click on follow, that would be nice. You can always do it. Okay, so in the advance, right? I think I had a thing that was happening every X ticks. I had it for what? For the brain? Probably for the brain. For the brain, I think I had no. Where do I have that? I have it on character? I don't remember. I just wanted to copy paste the logic without having to rethink it, but it's fairly simple actually. But no, I don't have it. I don't know. I remember that I had something that was ticking every 4 ticks. Maybe it was the behaviors. Let me see if I search 4 ticks. No. Tick counter. Here it is. Percept proximity triggers every 4 tick. So we basically have a tick counter that is incremented every time we tick, and then is set to 0 hopefully. Holy shit. I don't set it to 0? No! Are you serious? Well, anyways, is a module of 4, so it will do it every 4, right? Yeah, I think so. Let me ask the fantastic AI. Yes, I mean, it would be easier if because otherwise that number would become an infinite number, right? Pam, 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 pam. We have so much stupid things here. Pam 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 pam. Oh my god, he wrote like 5 pages of text because I didn't finish. If my tick rate is not stable, well, that's a good point actually. Will this overflow? Will this overflow on the... Yeah, will eventually overflow, but in practice eventually harmless with a specific logic. Because it will restart. So after 1.1 years of continuous uptime, T-counter will overflow. Is that a problem? Yeah, exactly. We can set it to 0 again, right? I like that it says, I can also check how other plane shift subsystem handle tick and align this with existing engine conventions. Wow. Wow. Isn't that a fun phrase? That's pretty good, actually. But yeah, what he's saying is that this is basically useless, right? So we can just have a tick counter, increment it, and just check plus plus equal to 4, right? I don't think we have this in tribes yet. I don't think we have a tick counter here. No, we don't. Used to certain code at x ticks. Exactly. So here we execute building code or building logic, right? We execute building logic. So every 4 ticks. So every second. I think even every 8 ticks. I think even every 8 ticks we can. Okay. So if we reach the 8 tick, then what do we do? So what we want to do, we want to okay. So I was checking some messages and stuff. So what do we have to do? Yes, I was saying that here, right? So tribe advance, right? So scan all the buildings, check their properties, apply the buffs to all buildings in an absolute way, right? So that if a building is getting destroyed, then yes. But then we have to be sure that this is actually so for example, okay, let's try to do this and see. So to scan all the buildings, You know what I was checking? I was checking if this freaking Steam people reconnected to the game or not. But they don't. The last time they connected was the 14th of January. Yeah. The 14th of January. I see. One day they will finally validate this game. Let's see. Okay, so every 2 seconds, right? Every 2 seconds we do this. We have to scan all the buildings. So to scan all the buildings should be fairly easy because we have in the tribe, right, something that is called assets. And assets is actually just an array, right? So I think we can just iterate on our asset thingy, right? And this will be this is an asset pointer, right? So we iterate for each asset. Now we need to understand if all the assets are buildings. That's a good question. I think assets can also be resources. Asset type. Item, yeah, exactly. Item, building, building spot. So we have to select only the buildings and not the building spot, because the building spot is basically when the building is not constructed yet. Right? Yes. Yes, exactly. So we have to be sure that this is... By the way, this asset building is not a class. No, it's not a class. I think I really dislike when type definitions are not classes. Even if here we have, you know, asset in the name, but I think it would be nice to have... Can I change it to class without destroying the universe or no? Let's see. See what happens. Asset type. If I have a type def class, I don't have a num anymore. Really? Come on. No, it's a num class. It's a num class. Oh, okay, it's a num class. It's not type def anymore. But does this have to be no, it doesn't have to be an Unreal Engine thingy, right? So it can just be exactly. Sorry, it's not like that, it's like this. It's like this. Okay. Yeah, just because I would prefer that to be... Huh? GG. Yeah, so we have to get asset type building. This is basically what I was saying, right? So yeah, it's a bit annoying because now you need to have asset type in front, right? I think it would be easier asset type building, but anyway, yeah, it makes it probably too verbose. It makes it probably too verbose, huh? Fuck it. Okay. I don't know. Fine. I don't want to change all the code because it's in a million places. But usually I don't like that. It's 8:26. I need to cook my dinner. I also have dinner. So we scan all the buildings. We check if the buildings are there, and then for every building, what do we do? For every building, we read these properties, right? And we say, there is a problem though here. Because if I'm scanning this way, right, and two buildings have a different rate of fire, I need to get the max. I need to get the max, right? Is it true? Yeah, I think it is. So I need to, for example, rate of fire, right? So I need to have a float, right? Which is max rate of fire buff, right? Which I guess start with Z. Well, it starts with what? It starts with. I think we should assume that it starts with 0. No, because if I do this, then I will set it to 0. Yeah, but if one building is lowering it, well, I mean, at the moment we don't lower. No, because I may have two buildings with two different rate of fire, right? Maybe one is giving 1.2 and the other is giving 1.5. So I want to get the 1.5. I want to get the maximum. Now, maybe I will never do that, but just as a potential case, right? So we say that so we get for this one asset, right? We get the building properties. No. For this one asset, we check if... well, first of all, we need to check if this one asset has an item, right? We need to check if this has an item. And if this is not null, right? Because if that is null, then we don't even consider it. And then we have to check if that is also a building, yeah. And then we have to check for this one asset get item, right? Maybe we can do it this way, you know. So that we can then reuse this variable a million times. Because then we will have to check if our asset item has building properties. Yes, because this is actually an interactable object. This one is returning an item actor, but we don't know if this is an interactable or not, right? So we will actually have to do this, huh? Because we need to know if this thing, if you cast something that is null, is it crashing? Is this crashing if asset item is null? No, because cast is the cast is accepting, huh? Yeah, it's accepting null pointer. Okay, nice. So we basically have to check if this is an interactable item, because it must be an interactable item. So if it's an interactable item, then we get our building properties, no? No? Why we don't have the building properties? Because they are private? Because they are, no, they are public actually. Huh? Yes, our building properties. And on the building properties, we get rate of fire, right? We get rate of fire. So we check if this rate of fire is greater than my max rate of fire, right? And if it is, we set the max rate of fire equal to that, right? So if it's greater, we set it to that. So that we are, now we have to do the same for all the other properties, right? So that we get the highest buff in the range. And if they are all 1, then because yeah, I think we have to do this, right? We have to do this. Do we? Yeah, I think so. I think you have to get damage buff, healing rate, right? I don't know why we didn't call it healing buff, but anyway. Do we want to call it healing buff? And healing rate buff? I mean, the difference is that the healing is done in chunks, but anyway. Okay, fine. Sorry. It's float damage buff, which is identical to that. And then we have max healing, which is 0 by default. And then we have healing rate. Well, healing rate is really not. I think we can have it as 0 as well. Why I said 20 as a default? I think it should be 0 as a default. So it will be 0. Max healing rate, right? And then we will have, this is called max already. No! Okay, anyway. What we got? It's called max already, but it's fine. It's okay. So this will be the default that are applied if we don't find any buildings, okay? Which I think is fine. So here we have to do the same thing, right? For each of them. So we will have to check if interactable item, building properties, whatever, damage buff, right, is greater than our max damage buff, and if it's greater, then we set it to the same, right? And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on for all our... so... no. It's kind of funny that he's actually suggesting stuff that is correct, which is nice. Okay. Do you think he wrote it correctly or not? I need to eat dinner, but I think I will eat dinner and come back, guys, okay? I will eat dinner and come back. So give me like 15 minutes. Well, we can cook it quickly. And then we can pause. We can cook it. Okay, it's cooking, but it will take very short time, like few minutes. So, scan all buildings and set, get all max buffs, right? Get all max buffs. Now, do we have to scan the building twice? Yeah, unfortunately, yes, because we have to scan it once to actually retrieve all the max buffs, and then we have to scan it again to set the max buffs, right? So unfortunately, we don't have a better way, I guess. So unfortunately we have to do this again. Is there a better way? I don't think so. Now set the max buff on all the buildings. So for each of these buildings, now we set the it's not building properties anymore. It is building active buffs, right? Exactly. So we have to set building active buffs, and then we have to set the sorry, why we only have 3 variables here where we have 5 there? Huh? What? Wait. Rate of fire buffed, right? So this is the buff, yes. And we will set it equal to our max rate of fire buff, right? So that is fine. Then we will set the max damage equal to max damage buff, yes. But then the healing, no, because the healing just happens. The healing just happens. So the healing, we don't need to, yeah, exactly. And then we have to set the max HP, yeah. So, yeah, obviously they are a bit yeah, the max HP. The HP buff. Now, the HP buff... Okay, so now basically all the buildings received in this other variable, right? The buffs, the best buffs that they get from the city. And if a building gets destroyed, right, and doesn't provide that buff, we get the default buff, which is this, right? Right? Now this will kind of work in case we read this rate of fire when we are shooting, right? We can do, and this will also here when we do the damage. We can do that because now we have it on the interactable, so it's very easy. The problem now is to... The problem now is to do what? The problem now is to do the healing rate, right? To do the healing. Yeah. How the hell do we do the healing? I mean, definitely we cannot do it every 8 ticks, right? So do we just create an event that is healing the buildings and then we remove it when the building is destroyed, or what? I have to think about this. I don't know how to do this actually. Because basically so this method, right, runs continuously. Is a tick, and runs every 250 milliseconds, and then we are saying, oh, every 8 of them, so basically every 2 seconds, execute this code, right? And it's basically distributing the buffs to every building, and then the buildings are working as expected. But here we are saying that there is one which is actually the healing, right, that works a bit differently. Because the healing is not setting a buff on a building, it's actually doing the healing, right? So is doing it. But I don't want to do it every 2 seconds. I want to do it based on my rate, right? So maybe we can have a healing tick counter and we can adjust it based on the max healing rate. So we can say if the healing is greater than X, then do that. But this will be executed only every 8, so every 2 seconds. So we can remove the 2 seconds. So we could say we could have another tick counter, which is the healing tick counter. I mean, we can. I mean, it's not very nice to have to just hard code the. But I think I don't have another solution. Do you have another solution? Use it to perform. Use it to heal the other building at a certain pace. I cannot type. Okay. I think we can do. By the way, why this is not starting from 0? You stupid. Okay, we can do this, I guess. Do we still have N tribe, if tribe? Oh my god. We still have this thing, huh? So now the only problem is that, so the first thing we have to check is if we actually have to heal or not, right? Do we have to heal? And we know if we have to heal based on this max healing. So if max healing is greater than 0, right? If max healing is greater than 0, then we do the healing. I think I have to go to eat though, because my dinner is probably cooked. Yeah, it is. Shit, I left it a bit too much. Anyway. I mean, it's not burned, but you cannot complain. It's not burned, but it's complaining. Yeah, it's not burned, but it's complaining a bit. No, but it's not burned, it's okay. Okay, guys, I will be back, not doing secret things, but doing dinner. I will be back. I want to see something happening in the city. So I will be back, okay? See ya. Hello, I'm back. Hello, hello. So how do we do the stick healing then? Do we just assume that this is every 2 seconds, and so that is whatever number of seconds has been specified divided by 2, and we take divided by 2? Yeah, maybe. So we can say if max healing is greater than 0 and tick healing is greater than and tick healing is greater than it's greater than what? No, and plus tick healing is greater than the healing max rating seconds divided by 2. Bro. Divided by 2. Do we put this directly into the building thingy or no? Yeah, I think so. I think we do it here, no? Yeah, we do it here. Yeah. And after we heal, we set it to 0. Okay, now how the hell do we heal a building? How do we heal a building? Well, we I think we have an adjust HP or something. We have I mean, it's definitely an interactable item, right? There is adjust HP. There is get HP. Why none of these functions have any documentation of any kind? Shit. What does adjust HP do? Adjust HP. Actually, he has a documentation. Adjust current HP with a given delta. If HP is equal or below 0, the item is considered destroyed. Return the new HP. Yes, but is this going over the max or not? So this has no consideration about the max. And by the way, is this current HP or... yeah, it is current HP, huh? But it would be nice to understand if this is going over, what happens. Doesn't care, huh? So you can actually go over, because this is actually used to remove HP, not to add HP. I think we should create another function which is called like restore HP. Restore HP, or we add a parameter to this and we say, you know, don't go over max, can exceed max, right? And can exceed max yes or no, and if it can exceed max, we will do it. If not, he will not do it. Yeah, maybe it's cleaner. So can exceed max. Now this is just HP. I think is used in 1 million places, but let's see. By default is what? False. I think it's always false, by the way, but let's put it there just for safety. Just for safety. So we say if can exceed is false, so it cannot exceed. And if it cannot exceed, and the current HP max plus the delta, right? The get current HP plus the delta is greater than max HP. I don't know if we ever get max HP, but I assume we do. No? Fuck it. Yes. So if it's greater than get max HP, then we just return the current value, right? So we just return the current HP and we do nothing. Otherwise, so this is basically if we cannot exceed max and we are exceeding, just return the current HP, right? Which is in theory max, but anyway. In theory max. Hello, dotted fish. Hey. Hello. Okay, so so now we can basically use adjust HP with being sure that we don't go over, right? Being sure that we don't go over, which is nice. So adjust HP, and we will add what? We will add the healing, right? The max healing. No. The max healing is a percentage. The max healing is a percentage, my boys. Attacker. No, there's no attacker here. What do you mean attacker? Uh-oh. Yeah, it is used when you destroy, but in this case we are adding, so I think we can pass null pointer. Now, this max healing is not correct, right? Because we have to heal of a percentage of the total, right? So we need to multiply by this number, no? So get HP is getting the current HP, right? Yeah, is this the current? Oh, fuck, can I say this? Yeah, why I don't say current, bro? Why did this call get HP and not current HP, by the way? So annoying. Please. I mean, here is evident because the function is called this way, right? But I don't know why I decided to call this not. I don't know why I didn't call this one get current HP as well. Right? I don't know why I didn't call it properly. I have no idea. I mean, this will obviously fail now because we renamed this, but I'll fix it. Okay, so we take the current HP. Oh, well, by the way, that is wrong because we need to get the max HP. So we heal from the max HP, not from the. Ah, but we don't have that. We don't have a get max HP on. We do get item data in GG. Okay, so we heal a percentage of the max HP, right? So if we say that we heal 10%, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And then we restore the tick, right? And then we restore the tick. Nice. Very, very nice. Very, very, very nice. So if max healing is greater than 0 and tick healing is greater than, well, I would say also if max healing rate is greater than 0, because otherwise we set it to, right? Yeah. And max healing rate is greater than 0. And tick healing, we reached so for example, max healing rate is 20 seconds. 20 seconds divided by 2 is 10. So every 10 times we go through this, which is every 2 seconds, right? So every 20 seconds we enter into this and we actually adjust the HP of our interactable item. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is actually refreshing in any way your view on the HP bar. I don't think so. Probably that will not do it. Now we will have some errors for the renamed get HP to current HP. Bum 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 bum. We are compiling. Trying again. Why it didn't fail? So I renamed the function. That function was not used anywhere? Is what you're saying? So the get HP was not used anywhere. The one on item actor, obviously, not the one on Wait, exactly. So this function, right? This function is never, well, now is for sure never used because I renamed it. But yeah, it seems to be never used. And it was no use before. That's a bit strange, but okay. So I added it and then I didn't use it. Okay, fine. Okay, so in theory, guys, we have something, right? Because this should kind of work already. Now, I don't know if it will work, but this should do something. Now, the problem is that we need to define all the buildings, right? So we need to define all the buildings. So in our definition, yeah, we have to define all the buildings. Okay. So we need what is that? So try building 2, try building 1, try building. Okay, so these ones are already kind of defined, right? Somehow defined. And these are all derived from interactable actor. Yes, exactly. Why this one is not derived from actor? No. Interactable proximity. Yeah, so if there is no proximity, so I think what we have to decide, what we have to define is what we have to define is which one of these buildings have a proximity trigger, right? I think that at the moment we defined only these two to be proximity based. One is gas, the other is shooting stuff, right? And all the others, I think, should be no proximity, so they can be derived from interactable actor directly. So for example, this one, right? Exactly. So now that we have that, in class default, right, this should be, okay, the interact distance, blah, blah, blah. Now the interact distance, I think is not very important. I think what is important are these new properties. You see them? You see all these properties, building properties, right? So these are the new ones that we added. So rate of fire, damage, healing rate, max HP, rate of fire, blah, 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 right? So we added all of this. And so now for every building, so for example, this building is this guy, right? And we said what? We said that this guy is adding HP to structures and healing structures. Okay, so this one needs to have a healing, for example, of 1.2, so it will heal 20%, and it will heal it every 20 seconds. Well, let's say 1%, let's say 10%. 10% every 20 seconds, right? Which is a lot, but it's just to test, otherwise if I put like 10 minutes, right? And then the HP max buff will be 1.5, right, which is easy to remember. 1.5, so is 1.5 of the basic HP. Now this one's in theory, this one we could even hide in the blueprint, right? Because yeah, maybe it's better so that we don't confuse ourselves, because these ones cannot be set. This one will be set by the code, right? It cannot be set manually. Maybe it's better if I remove it. Building active buffs, because I think it may become confusing, right? So this one is not even a blueprint then. So I don't make it a property or anything, right? So it is just like this. Okay. Okay. Okay, so for example, this one now is healing and is giving a buff of HP to the other buildings in the tribe, right? Now, hey, I need to do the same with all the others, boys. So we have 1, 2, and 3. Now let's get this guy. This guy will be building 0 probably, and will be PS interactable. And will be tribe building 1. And tribe building 1 will have this mesh set to consumer building 1. Okay. And this one we said what? This one is the hard one though, because this one we said that we want to spawn creatures and gain massively defenses and HP from other buildings. So this one actually, this one at the moment is not functional. Okay, so we have to do more to have this functional. So at the moment, this will have all the properties as 0. Or as default, let's say. Yeah, as default. Yeah, exactly. As default. Then we have this one, which is add the damage to turrets, right? We can probably just duplicate this one. So this will be building 3. Yeah, exactly. And this one will use this one. This one. And this will be, in terms of properties, so this adds damage. Yeah, I mean, not to turrets, you just add damage to any building, right? Now only the turret is doing physical damage, so, but anyway. So he's adding damage buff. So let's say that it does twice the damage. Oh wow. Yeah, let's say twice the damage. Well, 1.5 the damage maybe. Let's say 1.5 the damage. Okay. And he's not buffing the rate of fire. Because do we have another one that is buffing the rate of fire? This guy. Okay. Now, also the last one, I don't know. So it's buffing the rate of fire. This guy is buffing the rate of fire. Yes, okay. This guy is buffing the rate of fire. Okay. So, building properties, rate of fire buff, 1.5. And damage buff, nothing. Okay. Nice. Now we still have a few other buildings, but they are not really doing anything. But the other buildings are, for example, this one and the fence, right? This one we said slows or roots player. Yeah, unfortunately, this one we don't have a way to do it at the moment. But I mean, we can define it. We can define it. It's not. I mean, it's not a problem. We can define it, but it's not going to be operational yet. This guy. In class default, it will have everything as default. Yeah, exactly. Everything as default. So it's basically not doing anything at the moment. It's just existing. Now, one thing is how to assign specific HP, right, to these guys. But that we have in the tribe assets or not? No, that we have in the object definition. In the object definition, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and plus we have the fence, right? The fence is at the moment is just a fake building, just for display. And is this barricade? Now this is a bit big, I think, but we can keep it as this. Yeah, so this one also has no specific Okay, now that we did this, so that we have all the buildings defined in blueprints with their characteristics, at least some of them have. Now we need to be sure that we have the buildings defined here. And what is the fastest way for me to... good question. Um, 7152. 7153. Okay, we already have a fuck up. There is already a number that doesn't match with production. But anyway, this should be 53 and this should be 54. Anyway. You cannot do the two changes at the same time. I see. Okay. So we have this too. Now we will have to duplicate all these ones for all the other, you know, objects. And I'm just thinking if I want to do it now, but probably yes. Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, I think we can. Because otherwise we cannot spawn them anyway, so... okay, so this will be 7155. And this will be tribe trap number 2, I guess. And this one will point to... So the only thing, right, so we need to point properly here, right? So that is what is doing everything, right? So trap 1, trap 2. So trap 2 will be this. No, sorry. There is already trap 2. Okay. So this needs to become trap 1. I mean, why? I think I'm doing some mess. I think I'm doing some mess. No, probably not. No. Because because I renamed it manually. Yeah, I renamed it manually. The layer now becomes this. Okay. 1, 2, and 3. Now, I had to sneeze. So 1, 2, and 3 we have, right? 1, 2, and 3. So now we need these other guys, and I think we can just call them building 1, building 2, build. I mean, I don't know. We can just, or we can call it. We can call it hive or I don't know how to call them actually. I mean, we had kind of names here. We had names here, actually. Like Armored Sport Dome. Wow, Armored Dome sounds nice. Armor Dome. An Armor Dome will point to this guy, right? Okay. Armor Dome. Then we will have that one, which is the HP, is the healer. And the healer is called nah, none of these names. Moss Filled Ring. We call it spawning pool. No, we call it pool. We call it hive pool or something like that. Let's call it hive pool. Hive. Call it hive pool. Come on. And this one is this. Okay. Okay. And then we have this one. Which is 5178, and this one we call it sandworm. No, we call it Joe Tower. No, we call it Mo Pit. Okay, Mo Pit is not too bad. Moped, and Moped is this guy. Okay. And then we have one last one. That is the fence. I would do it anyway so that we have it. Hello, who joined? Hey, my Dronge, thank you for the raid. Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Do you want to see a tiger that is also a programmer? Well, that's kind of me. And this one will be the tribe, let's call it tribe barricade. Hello guys, welcome. If you want to know what we do here, we build, actually we have already built, the game is released, we have built a fantasy MMO. If you want to see some screenshots, that's a screenshot of a weird machine that we built. There is a screenshot of a warehouse that we added a few releases back. That is basically a warehouse for cards. Here we have some mounts and some magical effect. And here we have some giant building in the shape of an armored warrior. These are some of the screenshot from the past. From the past releases. You love the old school vibes? Well, actually, we are old school. I mean, we are born this way, and then we continue this way. But yeah. Let me see who you are. My Drong. Maybe I saw you already because I already had the... I think we know each other already. Do we know each other already? No, because I'm not following you. Okay, so now I'm following you. What do you do? What do you do?
Okay, hello.
6 hours ago? Yeah, I saw you. I raided you the last time. Yes. Now I remember. I raided you a few days ago. Yeah. Thank you for the raid as well. I remember that. So we are designing these buildings, right? We are designing these buildings that are used in the construction of a village from our NPC. So our NPC are basically building a village made of these pieces, and they do it like automatically by their own. And we also have some fences like this one, right? And yeah, I'm trying to... Okay, so we are pretty close to see something, by the way. So I think you are coming at a good moment. How many players your service support? We don't know, because we never had more than 30, 40, 30, I think maximum probably 30 something concurrent players in the Unreal Engine version of this game. And so we don't know. I mean, up to that number, yes. Above that, we don't know. But we are already seeing some kind of rubber banding and trouble with 20 players in the same spot, right? And I think the cause, unfortunately, is ALS and is the Advanced Locomotion System, which is not really optimized for that. But in theory it is, but it's not. At least from my experience, it's not. So we will see. We will see. But yeah, if you want to connect to the game, if you want to download the game and try it out, I mean, it's released, so you can just go to our website, click on download now, and you can play it for Windows, Linux, and Mac, right? So we are releasing on 3 platforms, which is a lot of fun, as you can imagine. And and yeah. So now, if we want our tribe to actually build the village, or at least a piece of the village, right? What do we have to do? We have to script the recipe properly, right? Because now we have the items. Wait, let me just be sure that we committed this. No, we didn't, because I was speaking with you. So this is the tribe barricade. Yeah, the tribe barricade, we were finishing this. Is building number 5. Yes. Okay, so we put also the barricade there. And it is building number 5. Okay. So now we have all these buildings that we can actually spawn, right? And we spawn them by name. By name. Yes, we spawn them by name. So now the point is, if I go here under tribe recipe, right? And I say to my tribe, hey, I want you to... first of all, we need to reserve the spots. No, it's not super easy. We have to do some more work before that, because we need to reserve the spots of all the where the items will go, right? I mean, it's not very hard. It's just to add one line. So at the moment we have 2 nest entrances and 1 tribe trap, which is really not what we want, actually. So let's try to change it. Let me just copy all these names, because otherwise I think it will take me more time to switch between windows than... Yep. So I think we will say we want, yes, 1 nest entrance. Let's say for now we will do this. 1 nest entrance, let's do 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, so it's the easiest, right? The first trap is the one that is shooting. I would like the one that is healing. So the hive pool is the one that is healing, right? So we need one of those. So we will have the nest entrance, we will have the hive pool, we will have the tribe trap, this is the one shooting, okay. Then I would like to have the armor dome because it's giving buff to the other buildings. I mean to the turrets for shooting. So reserve spot. And now here we have to say, where do we want to put this guy? Interesting. Let's try to have it at the center. So at the moment is -4, -4, 6. And 4, 6. So we can do -4, -6. Yeah, easy. -4, -6. These are kind of, hard-coded coordinates, but it's because cannot really have it differently. I mean, we can, but it's a bit harder. That the tribe is really thinking where to put the building. So basically, we are predefining a kind of a city layout, right? And based on that, so let's do a 4, 6, and we put the eye pool. Okay, this I think is enough, right? This is enough. Now that we have the spots defined with a certain rotation. Wait a second, I fucked up all the numbers. With a certain rotation, okay, which is random in this case. Only the tribe trap is a fixed rotation. Okay, so I think that this will do the thing, but we need more than this, because when we are spawning so first of all we need another script for each of the buildings, which can be reused. So we need one script for the hive pool. I don't know if this is really the best way to do it. I may change it in the future, but for now, let's say that we do it this way, okay? Let's say that for now. We do it this way. Now here we have the number of seconds of wait. I would say for this test, let's just put it to 10 seconds. Otherwise we will go crazy waiting, right? I think I will lower all the, so basically the city is built in a second, right? Well, it's built like in 50 seconds. Because I don't think we want to wait a lot during this test, right? So okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, why we have 2 hive pools? I don't want to have 2 hive pools. I want to have something else here. And I want to have maybe the Mo pit, okay? Maybe the Mo pit, okay. Okay. We are not too far from seeing something, guys, huh? From seeing something in game. I think we are close. Well, or at least to see a crash or something. Yeah, maybe a crash. We are close, considering the amount of changes that we did in the last 3 hours. Okay, and now... and now I need to decide a sequence, right? The sequence is better if I copy it and I put it here because it's long, right? So here we are saying, hey, spawn 1 member first, then spawn a tribe trap, right? Which in this case, it will become this script. Then spawn a nest entrance, yes. Then spawn another nest entrance, right? And this one is the one that we don't want. So we want instead a hive pool. We want hive pool and we want one hive pool, right? And then after the hive pool, we want the armor dome. And the script is build armor dome, right? Because there is the name of the object and the script to run in case the building is not already there, right? This is why you see this duplicated twice, right? One is the build script and the other. Okay, so with this recipe, if it works, I have no idea, but if it works, we tell to the tribe, right, to build in that sequence. Now, I think to be sure that we don't make a mess, the best would be if we could delete the existing tribe assets, right? So there's 3 elements, for example. So that the tribe starts clear, right, without anything. And then in item instances, we will delete this 3. Okay. So this way the tribe, the database is clean, right? The tribe should start at 0. Okay, let's go. Did I recompile everything? Let's recompile one more time just to be sure that I recompiled everything. Yep. Yeah, our game is like an old school MMO, you know, with combat, magic, quest, crafting, you know, there is a lot to do actually in the game. It's just that the game is not very polished because it's just basically me. I mean, it's not really me only, but there are other people helping sometimes. But yeah, and it's done in the spare time, right? So it's done as a hobby on the weekends, in the evenings. And so obviously, if you decide to make a Tetris in your spare time, you will definitely finish it. If you try to do an MMO, maybe not. Unable to find class delegate or a numor struck with the name F building buffs. What do you mean? Because yeah, we made it a pro. No, we don't need this to be a property, right? We don't need this to be a property. So we don't need to change that from blueprints. Yeah, our project has a long history. And I mean, it's a bit long to explain. But our project was one of the first MMO in existence, actually. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. It was. Well, I say one of